Seems like I should have just stayed in bed today.
What should I try this time?
Surely I should be due a growth spurt by now. Seems like I should have just stayed in bed today.
What should I try this time? What should I try this time?
Made another handsome sum today.
Real tigerfish.
A blade embraces its duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Satisfaction guaranteed.
Real tigerfish.
Don't waste my time.
Seems like the old ways are the most reliable after all. Mung, are you done preparing our promotional materials?
My apologies. I'm only about halfway through. Do you really think they will be effective?
Funeral parlor for generations. Clients in need come to our door and write down their commissions on blank wooden tiles. Then they squeeze those inside the parlor through the crack under the door. I fulfill the requests written on each tile to make sure our clients are satisfied with the service, no matter if it's an obituary, cremation, or funeral that they seek. Although, it is a bit of a hassle with the constant back and forth. If only we could burn them by the batch.
No, Director, I'm not asking about the wooden tiles themselves, but about the special offer they advertise.
Wangsheng Funeral Parlor should keep up with the times. Just think about it. If we don't attract new clients, we'll be left with nothing, won't we? Business development is a crucial element of every prosperous enterprise. I've been trying various marketing strategies ever since I became the director. I put up posters just like all the other shops, but the Millilith promptly removed them. Then I organized the Wangsheng Visitors Day, but no one showed up.
Well, that doesn't come as a huge surprise.
And finally, I discovered that the traditional ways are the most reliable after all. I took inspiration from the wisdom of previous directors. So now, I go from door to door looking for people and organizations willing to cooperate. Just like during our visit to the Adventurers Guild. That's what I mean by business development. The other method I'm trying is using the wooden tiles as coupons, just by writing things like, buy one, get one free for the holder of this tile on them.
What do they buy and what do they get?
A solid and durable second home, of course. Well, they may not need it right away, but they can be sure that when they do, it will still be as good as new. It won't start deteriorating before you finish doing so yourself. That's the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor quality guarantee. All right, Mung. Keep adding those special offers to the wooden tiles. The future of our business depends on it.
I'm still not sure this will work.
Oh, I get it. You think that our special offer is not comprehensive enough, right? It is true. I was offering all kinds of great benefits to the Adventurers Guild because they are a new client. But in doing so, I neglected my old clients. You're right. It's unfair. Let me do some market research. Wait here, my faithful assistants. I'll be back with you in a moment. It shouldn't take too long.
Paimon already told you we're not jurisdiction. Guess we got dragged into somebody.
You must be the director's new hunt.
Not us. We're just very curious about Wangsheng.
Well, I wouldn't get too curious if I were you. Too much knowledge isn't good for ordinary folk. The director is tactful when it comes to what should and shouldn't be known.
Her? Tactful? Surely I should be due a growth spurt by now. We should get going. Let's go find who.
That's settled then. Write it like this. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor Bumper Sale. Buy one, get one free. Buy two, get three free. More for your Mora. I love it. Better than all that lifeless brochure stuff. We want people to feel warm and fuzzy.
But Director, isn't Lifeless the name of the game in this industry?
That's old hat. We're opening up new ground.
Why does Wangsheng Funeral Parlor need to open up? Yes, Director.
Poor guy's given up.
Right, we should get going. I am not letting new business escape us.
We? As in,
Who else? Do you see anyone?
Stop adding little afterthoughts like that! It creeps people out.
Just a joke. Sorry. Everything you see is everything that's present. For the moment. Lighten up. The way I see it, people make death scarier than it really is. What people truly fear about departing this world is suffering and regret. To deal with the trauma, they let their imaginations run wild with notions of oh, baseless fantasies. What we've ended up with is a topic that people are more approachable and appeasable than you'd imagined.
Paimon wouldn't say that.
You must have come across a particularly ferocious entity. How should I put this? Most spirits are incapable of harming ordinary folks. The job of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor is to guard the border between life and death. One component of this is correcting notions of death and the afterlife that people may hold. Simply put, for those unable to see the border, they're best kept as far away from it as possible. So for ordinary folks, the best case scenario is ignorance of all matters concerning spirits in the afterlife, or even better, a belief that none of it exists.
Then you really don't have any excuse for spooking the heck out of people.
You make it sound so abominable. I'm just trying to get them to see the humor in it all. I never thought you'd be such a bore. Never mind. If you stick by me, everything will become clear. All right, let's get going.
Director, wait. What about Big G?
Big G? Who's that?
Oh, nothing. Just something Mung's been pleading with me to take care of. Should be
Where are you going?
to visit an important potential Hello, I'm Hu Tao, director of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Okay, so why would someone from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor be looking for me?
Nothing major. How are you feeling these days? You shouldn't ignore them, by the way. Very often they're an omen of something terminal. When we're healthy, it's easy to forget the crushing fragility of life. So, aches and pains, best to keep an eye on them.
What are you getting at? I'm in great health and enjoying life very much, thank you. Go and find some other poor soul. Goodbye.
Why did they get angry? What's wrong with a few earnest health tips?
Paimon thinks it's because they're coming from the director of a funeral parlor.
Oh there. Come and see these rare and precious curios.
Make my escape.
And you are? Be quick.
Hello there. Would you be interested in understanding a bit about our services at the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor?
Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? I'm not in need of your services. So you're out here looking for new customers? Don't you think this might be a bit of a crass way of going about it?
Hardly. Isn't this the fashion these days? Bring the service to the customer and all that.
I'm not sure it's every service that falls into that. Anyway, please bother...
Another failure. Still, not the end of the world.
Paimon's curious. Does this approach ever work out for you? like I should have just stayed in bed today.
I know your face. The Wangsheng funeral parlor director, right? I'm sorry, I'm really in no need of it.
Don't apologize. Get to know us. We've got a new sale going on. Ever hear the saying, out with the old, in with the new? Well, going out with a bang is the best way to start off in style on the other side.
If you keep talking like this, I'll have to call the Millilith.
No. Okay, relax. We're leaving. But Wangsheng Funeral Parlor awaits your distinguished patronage.
You really don't give up, do you?
Are you trying to make me feel better? Well, thank you. Seems you understand me far better than most people.
Not really. This is just getting really uncomfortable.
Business development? Is that what you see this as? Surely you don't think all that was business development.
Then what was it exactly? Traumatization for its own sake?
No. The business development ended after the discussion with the Adventurers Guild. I was helping to find somebody for Meng. You remember Big G? As it turns out, the big G that Mung is looking for is a ghost adrift in the mortal realm. The three we saw just now were all people I suspected of being followed by Big G, but having seen them, I didn't sense the presence of anything otherworldly. So we just had a quick chat, and I left it at that.
Why didn't you say so? Paimon thought you had some kind of sixth sense for, people in declining health.
Huh? What would I need that kind of ability for? I'm no doctor. Were you seriously hoping that the director of the Wangsheng funeral parlor was going to start healing people? Or...
Paimon was trying to subtly imply that... never mind. Paimon wouldn't know how to explain subtlety in a way you'd understand.
Well, let's leave that for now and head back to Wangsheng funeral parlor. This Big G matter is very closely linked to Meng. Mung, I'm back. I'm afraid we're still no closer to finding Big G.
I see. Well, I'm just sorry for the trouble. We've already searched in all the likely places.
Who is this Big G anyway?
I guess I should start at the beginning. My home was in the vicinity of Wuwang Hill. In my youth, I had a good many friends there. Big G was one of them. We were the best of friends. Inseparable, really. But one day, I've never forgotten. Too many memories, I suppose. But recently, after one such visit, I started to feel strange. Now, every night, Big G appears in my dreams. I can't help but wonder, did I disturb him somehow? Perhaps. I don't have proof, but I can't stop worrying. I get more anxious every day. How would I ever come to terms with my childhood friend becoming an evil spirit?
That's why he joined Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. In place of a salary, I'm helping him deal with this matter. And in fact, what Meng has said is entirely plausible. Spirits on occasion do find a way into our world. But as for evil spirits, I think you're scaring yourself. Even I have only encountered malevolent forces a handful of times.
But are you sure there's no danger? I couldn't bear for him to go around harming people.
You see what I mean? Look at the state of him. If we can't find Big G, it'll eat away at Monk forever. Those people we found today were also Monk's childhood friends. I thought there was a good chance Big G might have hidden among them. But here we are, empty-handed.
Wulong Hill, childhood friends? Seems like we're out of leads.
Sorry, excuse me. Is this Wangsheng Funeral Parlor? My name's Luo Chung. I've had this awful feeling recently, like something's staring at me. Some of my friends and I went to Wulong Hill the other day on a dare. After I returned home, I fell ill. I've been having recurring nightmares, but the doctors can't find anything wrong with me. I think that it's a curse, right? I've been cursed by a demon.
Say no more. There's no doubt it's a demonic curse, all right, and a serious one at that.
You believe so too? Then it's just like they say in the tales of old. The vengeful spirits of the gods who fell in the Archon War return to cast their evil curses upon mortals. And if the curse isn't lifted, it will burn through the body, laying waste to flesh and bone. Oh, what a wretched end! The symptoms I'm having are just like those described in the tales.
Wulong Hill? No, I don't think it was a curse. It was probably just Big G.
Hold your horses, both of you. There's no need to creep each other out.
Isn't that exactly what you like to do, though?
Wangsheng Funeral Parlor specializes in demonic stuff like this, right? Help me! I beg you! I'm too young to die!
All right, don't panic. Leave it to me. You've come to the right person. However, in order to lift the curse, we need a suitable location, and we need to make some preparations. Come with me, my trusty assistants. I'm going to need your help.
I guess I'll come too.
Help him make the preparations first. The incense exorcism, the one I taught you. When you're ready, come and find me. Once we've finished with this, we'll get back to the Big G matter.
Okay, I guess.
Right. Let's go.
Surely I should be due a growth spurt, but
Kemudian suara. Nah. Tap. Tap, tap, tap. Itu. Wangsheng. Wait a minute. Mau tidur deh. Enak aja lu tidur.
Rituals are you gonna perform here?
No ritual at all. We just need to kill some time. Wait, you didn't take all that vengeful God's curse stuff seriously, did you? They were eradicated ages ago. You saw those two. One thinks he's been cursed, and the other one believes his friends turned into an evil spirit. It's hard to reason with them. Now you see why I believe that ordinary folks should be kept in the dark. I've seen too many people lose their senses on account of things like this. If you want to calm them down, you need to convince them with something tangible. And the best way to do that is to
Belum
make
aja
a
lu
great
datang ke
show of
Indonesia.
destroying the boogeyman they believe in before their very eyes.
Sounds like that might work. If you were trying to cheer up a 3-year-old. You're onto something. After all, we're only afraid of what we don't know.
Because you can't guarantee that telling an ignorant person the truth will improve the situation instead of exacerbating it. What I can do is pretend to pull back anyone who believes their time is nigh. But since the curse is imaginary, our fix will also be make-believe.
Makes sense. But why would anyone believe that it's a curse?
Do you know the history of the Yaksha?
Yaksha?
They
Haven't
once
heard about
fought
it.
against the ancient gods. They fought brilliantly in a battle that engulfed the whole world in darkness. Although the gods were defeated in the end, their resentment persevered. That resentment turned into a pestilence spreading amongst the ordinary folk. Hysteric people mistook it for the curse of the gods. The plague took the lives of many, which only furthered its spread, as the dead were a breeding ground for the disease. Then someone discovered how to prevent it from spreading, purify the air, and burn the bodies of the deceased. The pioneers of these practices were, you guessed it, the founders of the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Paimon didn't see that coming. Really?
Yes. Anyway, it took many years, but eventually the plague was completely eradicated. We've dealt with similar phenomena multiple times throughout the ages. Each time we successfully restored the balance between life and death. To sum it up, we are gatekeepers, guarding the border for the sake of both the living and the dead. So when I say this curse is just a figment of the imagination, I say it with more certainty than most. But I also can't really go telling people that the ancient plagues were real, or it would incite panic. Anyway, let's wait a bit more and get ready for the show. This ley line monolith will make for a really great prop. Ah, you're finally here. We just finished our preparations. Now, look here. This device is used to drive away evil spirits. It'll absorb the curse inside you and cause it to take a physical form. But don't worry, the traveler here is a seasoned warrior and will assure
Seasoned
our
warrior.
safety.
Will that really solve my...
Trust the director. She might look like a weirdo, but she...
How can you call me a weirdo? I mean, wouldn't you say it's more charmingly naive or disarmingly different? All right, let's get down to business. My glamorous assistant, please activate the device.
Apa sih ini?
Is it really possible to materialize the curse?
Woi.
Take flight.
Impress you guys.
I'm counting on you.
Wait.
Take flight.
Wait. Dah. Salah apa?
Sakura swirl.
Sakura Sword.
Whirling snow. How are you feeling? Did the
Yes, I feel more invigorated than. I can't express how grateful I am for your and the traveler's help. If it hadn't been for you, the curse would have taken my life.
Pembohong.
In which case, I guess now I can tell you.
What?
This exorcism device? People like you wouldn't recognize it, but it's just an old ley line monolith deceptively effective
You're
at
just
attracting
prank,
monsters.
bro.
And those were real monsters, not a manifestation of your curse. So riddle me this. If I didn't do anything to lift the curse, then what's the cause of your...
The curse? Then why was I sick?
Well, you caught a cold, ate something bad, or just scared yourself sick. It's anyone's guess, but I'm leaning towards the last option. Wouldn't be the first time in my career.
How unexpected.
I also didn't expect that.
Don't mention it. I found a way to deal with your fears this time, but I can't do it
Sudo
over and over again.
apa?
So I'd appreciate it if you try not to give in to
Jadi kita
superstitions
belajar
in the future. Human life is
dari
short. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Wow, what a weird thing to say.
Genshin Impact. Kalau
I
magic
shall
itu
head back.
magic,
I'm
setan
sorry
itu
for
nggak
troubling
ada.
you.
Kutukan
I
itu
feel relieved
hoax.
to see that it wasn't Big G's doing. However, unless he crosses the border, there will be no end to his antics. Since we are done with the matter at hand, can we resume our search for Big G?
I believe that won't be needed. He found us first.
Big G.
Oh.
I didn't mean to bother you.
This is Big G?
Oh, well, he is a spirit. It's quite normal that he looks just like he did when he left this world.
Lah itu ada.
Paimon imagined when
Mana
Paimon
sih?
first heard the name Big G.
Let's bring him back to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Come on out! After all that's happened, Paimon's not even sure what's going on anymore.
Actually, I'm not surprised in the slightest. Remember what I said? There's only so many evil spirits in this world. It was a twist of fate that made him leave Wuwang Hill in the first place. Now, for some reason, he can't go back.
This explanation sounds a bit far-fetched to Paimon.
Actually, she pretty much summed it up.
Huh?
Don't ever question.
I just wanted to check up on my friends. That's why I came. I promise I wasn't up to any mischief. I never wanted to scare. A few days ago, some people came to Wuwang Hill on a dare. I heard them saying they'd come from Liyue Harbor, so I followed one of them back and ended up here.
Ah, it must have been poor Luocheng that you followed. Maybe he didn't notice you, but he could still feel your presence. Now we know what caused his nightmares. Oh, I assume so, otherwise he wouldn't have been scared half to death.
Yeah, Hu Tao and Meng were searching for you all.
Oh, that's because I couldn't find them. It's my first time
Yeah.
in Liyue Harbor, and I got
Setan
lost in the
kesasar.
city.
Now that you mention it, Big G always had a poor sense of direction. When we were kids, he'd never go down the hill by himself. We always had to lead him.
So, all of this was just because you got lost? Why didn't you just fly? Like any other ghost or spirit? Don't you think it's much easier to find your way from up above?
It's too high for me. I'd get scared.
That's right, yes. He used to be so afraid of heights that he wouldn't even so much as look down the hill. You haven't changed a bit.
I knew I wasn't supposed to show myself to the living, and with so many people walking around the harbor, my only choice was to hide. I wouldn't have found you if it weren't for the leyline monolith's call.
Oh, so
I'm
itu
so
attract
relieved that you haven't become an evil spirit.
setan juga. You haven't.
Like I said, don't ever doubt my professional instincts. Now, all we have to do is escort this lost child back to Wuang Hill, and we should be done and dusted.
But he just said he wanted to visit his friends. Apart from me, there's also Little Wu, Mumu, and Songza.
Well, if that's the case, we can't let him down. We'll ask them all to help us prepare a farewell ceremony for Big G. Mung and I will escort Big G back to Wuang Hill. You meet with those three and ask them for keepsakes to symbolize each one of them during the ritual, then come and find us.
They're all friends. Can't we just go there all together? Or maybe we can take Big G to them.
That's not a good idea. I don't want to scare them.
I wouldn't want ordinary folks to become superstitious. The less they know, the better.
Superstitious.
So be careful what you say when you collect the keepsakes.
Are we really going with Hu Tao's plan? At least by keeping things low-key, we won't be giving anyone nightmares.
Just being low-key then.
Oh, you. Sorry, I won't be needing the funeral parlor's services anytime Yes. I don't know why he started working for Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. To be honest, but he must have had his
Peculiar.
reasons. He's on his own now, after all. And he still can't get over what happened to Big G. Did he tell you about...
Yeah, he did. If you could pick one thing to give to Big G as a keepsake, what would just, theoretically speaking...
Theoretically
We're
speaking.
just being hypothetical here. Definitely not gonna actually go commemorate him or anything.
I'd cook something for him. Oh, he could eat spicy food like no other. His favorite... I can make it for you, if you bring... I'm sure he'd appreciate the flavor of his childhood years.
Deal! Just give us...
Jueyun chilies are a common sight in Liyue. Great, this should be enough. I'll get started on the Jueyun chili chicken. When everyone's ready, I'll get the dish.
Great! How did...
What is just happen? Ceplosan deh.
Make my escape.
Not you again. I told you, I'm not interested.
Mung told us about you. You're good friends, right?
That's true, yes. Come to think of it, it didn't take long for his good friends to figure out why. But I know there's nothing we can say to help him get over it. Letting go of the past is... is big...
How did you know?
I'm a businessman. I've got a sixth sense. Everyone hears the name Moo Moo and thinks I must be dim-witted. I never heard the end of it when I set up shop. But I'd say I proved a few people wrong. Here, take this. It's a top-of-the-line toy box we all dreamed of owning as kids. Back then, none of us could afford it. We were penniless.
Oh.
Today, business is booming. I ended up buying loads of these. It was.
Wow.
For me, it's a memento of a child. So, having found me, I guess you'll be looking for Little Wu and Songza next.
We already saw Little Wu. Now we gotta find.
I see. If it's Songza you're after, let's meet at the overpass at Feiyun Slope. It's just above the staircase leading down to the dock. I've got an errand to run. I'll come find you.
So mereka udah pada tahu berarti. Menarik, menarik. Lah, mana?
Wanna see some action?
Asem. Di atas kah? Oh.
You're all.
Reminiscing about old times, thinking back to past events. We've been at it for years.
Our hometown was completely destroyed in a disaster, so we've got nowhere to go back to. Now, home is wherever friends are.
Home is wherever friends are.
They've
Nice.
just been telling me you're looking for keepsakes. I make artisan style lanterns down by Liyue Harbor. I guess they represent me better than anything. A few days ago, I bought some quality plastrite shards. They're currently all in the warehouse at the dock. I've already spoken to the manager. Could I ask you to retrieve them for me?
Seems like you already know what's going on. Be back in a. Hi, we're here to pick up the
I think she mentioned it. Yes, here you are. The plastrite shards are over in that crate. there.
Plastrite.
Please, help yourselves.
Doesn't seem like they're here. Let's look someplace else. These look like what Sungza was talking about. Let's head back.
My thanks to both of you. This looks like great stuff. Please, wait a moment. This is the final step. Okay, there we go. I wrote all 5 of our names inside the lantern. You know, during the annual lantern rite, we all release a lantern like this. No matter what the days may bring, whichever roads we choose to take, while this rite remains observed, each of us remains the same.
As for the matter of Big G, the 3 of us have discussed amongst ourselves and...
But if you get the chance, please let them know we're doing well. And
Anjay.
that the things we once spoke of, they've all come to pass.
Thank you. We'll pass it on. Big G is lucky to.
Big
We
G.
got everything we need. Let's go to Wulong Hill and find Hu Tao and the others.
Jauh banget. Wang Hill. Finish kayak ini questnya. Mana sih? Di luar. Hello. Hello. I'm just passed by, don't mind me. Wah, tinggi banget. I'm just passed by. Sampai kah? Hah. Tahu gitu kayaknya mendingan turun misi. Ini enggak sih? Nggak tahu deh. Spooky.
Oh, you're back already? Sooner than I expected. You didn't go spilling the beans, did you, Paimon?
Does Paimon look that unreliable to you?
Does Paimon look like unreliable to you?
Looks like they were willing to hand over some keepsakes, so I guess they knew the deal. Nevertheless, when it comes to things like ghosts and ghouls, spirits and souls, one thing everyone... Which explains why they were reluctant to pry and find out the full story. Which is just as well, because if they had attempted to, it would have been too much for me to guard the border between life and death. This is Wangsheng Funeral Parlor's most important responsibility.
So what about us? Does it?
Of course not. After all, you were caught up in all this already, just like Meng. It's not the end of the world if you catch a glimpse behind the curtain. And where we're going, don't be surprised at what you may see or what may occur. All of it exists within the border between the living and the dead. An ordinary place, really. Whatever you do, don't get all worked up over nothing, okay? Or else by the time we're out, I'll have to erase your memories. So listen to everything I say.
Nggak asik bercanda.
Paimon's scared, but like Huta says, we're already caught up in this. We better see it through to the end.
Wah. Jus 1 masih level 50. Biarin.
Wow, what is this place?
Somewhere close to death, but not like the hell or underworld from the tales of old. This is just a place where the ley lines tend to go a little bit haywire. So keep your cool. Follow me. The farewell ceremony site
Follow
is
me.
just up ahead.
That pattern looks familiar.
From the right angle, you can make out the whole thing.
Oh, just like last time.
Door of Resurrection. Harusnya tadi pakai si api. Tipis banget darahnya. Nggak ngaruh.
Your life is mine. Give up.
border. You can't just cross whenever you please. How do people normally put it? Pomp and ceremony?
I'm pretty sure that's not how people put it.
Ya, kok ke situ dia? Ini apain dia? Penasaran. Ayo ya. Kocak kan? Sampai mati dia nih.
By the way, I imagine Adventurers Guild members are good at making order of things. See if you can find a way to get the right things into the right places. Usually it requires a bit of destruction as well as elemental reactions. On your marks.
You talking to us?
Udah kan? Terus maksud ini apa? Apa tuh? Kerenan ini lah. Oh. Ya. Gusha. Gusha.
Don't waste my time. Whirling snow. Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Wait, gak kena.
My apologies. Your life is mine.
Starball! Shade! Drop!
Time to go.
Take flight. Sakura swirl.
Sakura Sword. Der. Mana nih? Apa ini? Bukan apa-apa ternyata. Mana sih? Panjang bener.
This looks the same, but there aren't enough. So confusing.
Api kayak. Apa sih ini? Oh, air. Kok jauh? Oh. Balik lagi ke sini. Lah.
Huh? Isn't this where we just were before?
Mana sih? Terus sini. Oh, paham gua. Sambil habis lagi. Darah pun habis. Mana sih maksudnya? Harus ngambil setan-setanan. Di mana setan-setanannya?
What in Tujuan is going on? Have we even been moving forward this whole time?
It's almost as if we're constantly being sent back to the beginning. Everything resets. Make my escape.
We're stuck! The spirits have trapped us!
Don't be daft. You've put my mind at rest. Seems it's not easy for ordinary folks to cross over.
So you set us up?
Yeah. If you don't have enough, then why not just carry it through a few more times? Go! Huh?
Hold up. Mana sih? Cikok.
With the wind.
Ini apaan sih, gua nggak ngerti dah. Bolak-balik mulu.
Make my escape.
Oh, kok ada hutan trial? Ini lagi misi apa ya? Nah, ini Papilio Charontis chapter 1. Si direkturnya Wan Seng Parlor. Tapi bolak-balik ya tadi. Ini gue udah 3 kali bolak-balik. Tuh, balik lagi
We're
sini.
stuck! The spirits have trapped us!
Don't be daft. You've put my mind at rest. It's not easy for ordinary folks to cross over.
So you set us up?
You don't have enough.
HR berapa, Bang?
Bring it through a few more times.
Masih 45. 45. Iya deh, kalau nggak salah 45 deh. Baru ngerjain ya. AR tuh adventure rank kan? Saya baru ini main, jadi masih awam. Adventure rank 45. Astaga, bodoh sekali. Ternyata harus di carry ya. 3 kali ngulang. Aneh banget. Ini kayaknya.
The spirits have trapped us!
Nah,
Don't be daft. You've put my mind at rest. Seems it's not easy for
ah,
folks to cross over.
nggak mikir. Baru main atau second account? Ini baru main.
Finally! Paimon thought we were gonna be trapped in that weird place.
That's exactly the point. Trespassers end up running
Lagi
scared.
ngikutin cerita-ceritanya aja.
The weird stuff out of the way, right?
Seru ceritanya.
Yep. Just dive off the edge here.
Jadi kayak nonton film. Ini lembek kali dia.
1 client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
Mana sih? Mana ini? Mati. Enggak. Wah, cuma bisa bilang semangat, Bang. Kenapa tuh emang semangat? Panjang ya, masih panjang ceritanya. Tapi seru tau ceritanya. Kayak nonton film.
Welcome to the farewell ceremony site. Our destination is just up ahead. I know you're excited, so feel free to have a look around and talk amongst yourselves. Soon you'll find out there's nothing
Oh, keren
special
banget.
about this place.
Tempatnya tuh kompleks gitu. Langki. Zooming. Siapa ini mereka?
By the way, have you seen Uncle Jean?
That guy, I remember him saying it was time for him to move on.
Good for him. I wonder where he's off to next.
If you're curious, why don't we go and see?
Alam barzah ini kali ya.
It's the lantern rite again. Wouldn't it be cool if we got to see the lanterns ourselves one day?
You can make a wish without a lantern, you know. My mom told me.
Memory.
As long as you yell it really loud, your wish will come true in the future.
Yell it? Isn't that kinda...
As soon as the first person yells, and everyone else just joins in, and nobody feels embarrassed anymore.
Jangan lupa pakai koyo di pinggang.
Alright, I wish I could open a massive restaurant with never-ending dishes and snacks.
Gua nggak mau ngelarin sekarang juga sih. Kayaknya it takes kayaknya. Lebih kalau emang sekali jalan.
If that's so funny, what's your wish?
To get rich, of course. Do big
Ini aja udah main 4 bulan baru nyampe sini. Masih jauh nggak sih? Maksimal levelnya berapa sih? AR atau level atau apapun itulah.
Rich, you could buy that super expensive toy box.
Not just one. One for everyone. No, loads for everyone.
Well, if Momo's gonna be a businessman, then I don't need to earn any money.
Whoa. It's tough getting rich. Don't put all the pressure on me.
As for me, I want to learn to make Ming-style lanterns. The big kind. And Xiao lanterns, too. I'll be the best artisan around.
Yeah! That way we don't need to go to Liyue Harbor to release Xiao lanterns.
Anyway, those are our wishes. Mung, Big G, what about you?
Udah di Inazuma atau Sumeru? Udah nyampe. Udah nyampe Sumeru. Inazuma juga udah. Lagi. Udah selesai sih kayaknya misi Sumeru. Udah ngelawan si itu kan yang apa? God buatan itu, yang listrik. Dewa buatan dari dari Fatu ya apa abis tuh? Atau masih di Liyue? Ini lagi di Liyue. Ini misi story questnya Liyue. Story quest karakter. Story quest ya namanya. Story quest karakter direkturnya Wang Seng Parlor. Kalau nggak salah. Gabut aja nyobain random. Tapi udah Inazuma udah lewat. Udah di Sumeru mah gunung. Sumeru udah ngelawan dewanya juga. Dewa buatannya itu. Ketemu Nahida ya. Nice, mantap. Kulusnya udah dapat semua. Kulus. Kulus apaan, Cuk? Gua nggak ngerti. Kulus. Oh, Anemoculus gitu-gitu ya? Belum dapat. Ini main ini cuma ngikutin itu doang, ngikutin ceritanya aja. Ngikutin quest Archonnya aja. Ngurutin dari awal. How does this come through?
We asked each of them for parting gifts for you. Little Wu's became
Ada berapa sih total kulus itu? Anemoculus. Kayak banyak banget dah.
also makes great Xiao lanterns.
Really? Wow.
We've never forgotten our childhood dreams. We've kept them in our hearts as a promise to each other. Anyway, time to release this lantern.
Anemoculus, Geoculus, Electroculus, Dendroculus. Ya, itu kulus-kulusan. Iya benar-benar kulus. Itu sama sigil apa beda? Oh, sigil mah koin deh. Belum, banyak banget. Oh, kirain udah. Banyak banget. Kayak itu sampai ratusan ya. Kalau nggak salah tuh yang Anemo, yang Win itu gua baru level itu yang paling tinggi level 7 apa 8? 7 deh. Kalau nggak salah. Yang Anemo 7, yang Geo tuh 7 juga. Elektro bah 1 2 kali. Apalagi yang Dendro nggak tahu deh berapa. Elektro 4 mungkin. Level 4. Tapi kalau yang di extra map beda lagi sebutannya. Extra map. Extra map tuh apa? Masih banyak banget yang gua nggak tahu kayak.
Let's give them some space to go over the good old.
Ini ngasih sembahan nama setan gitu ya. Percaya setan musyrik.
Take the hint? Really? Of all of us, you're the one who needs to learn how to read the room.
Really? The end result is the same though. Exactly what I do and how I do it.
Jadi kayak masing-masing region itu ada map, extra map-nya. Masing-masing region ada extra map-nya. Extra map. Kayak apa tuh contohnya extra map tuh? Di region itu yang region yang Anemo itu ya maksudnya. Region Anemo kayak Mondstadt dan sekitarnya. Geo, Liyue gitu kan. Region itu kan yang dimaksud. Terus extra map tuh apa? Apa kayak itu kayak tambang gitu. Tambang main tuh. Kalau itu extra map. Liu berarti, Liyue. Kayak mau satu itu Dragon Spine. Nah, ya. Liyue itu iya tambang. Inazuma itu Enkanomiya. Nah, Inazuma belum tuh Enkanomiya. Sama Sumeru belum kebuka untuk sekarang. Inazuma itu Enkanomiya. Wah, belum tuh Inazuma. Enkanomiya yang mana ya? Belum deh kayak. Dragon Spine itu yang gunung kan? Gunung es. Ya, Mondstadt udah masuk ke Dragon Spine. Liyue yang Chasm yang main tambang kan, tambang bawah tanah udah. Enkanomiya enggak ngeh itu yang mana. Inazuma Enkanomiya. Mungkin yang itu kali ya. Yang masuk situ tuh harus bawa apa gitu. Ngambil listrik. Yang modelnya tema-temanya kayak di Dragon Spine itu ya, tapi kesetrum. Itu kali ya Enkanomiya. Sama Sumeru belum kebuka. Sumeru belum kebuka. Belum kebuka maksudnya untuk level 45 atau memang untuk keseluruhan gamenya update patch-nya belum? Update patch. Nah, yang extra map-nya itu ada lagi kulus-kulusnya. Oh iya. Tahu. Yang di ngasih setor apa sih namanya? Di Dragon Spine itu kan ngasih store yang api. Tapi bukan kulus sebutannya. Oh, berarti belum lo kelarin story Inazumanya. Oh gitu. Berarti belum kelar story Inazuma. Berarti gue lengkap dong. Masih keseluruhan patch-nya masih incoming. Oke. Lengkap berarti. Gue ngikutin Archon Quest aja udah. Yang Archon Quest kan kebanyakan harus nyelesain dari story quest kan, story quest karakter. Ada juga yang bergantung, iya kalau nggak salah deh. Terus gue sering nyelesain story quest karakternya. Karakter kayak ini nih si Hutao. Nggak sering sih, beberapa lalu gue selesain. Terus tiba-tiba dapat Archon Quest. Ya udah ikutin aja. Pokoknya gue ngikutin quest yang orangnya ngomong lah. Yang ada suara kayak gini nih. Kan quest biasa dia nggak ngomong kan. Sebutannya apa sih? Oh, berarti Nazuma belum kelar kalau gitu.
During the Archon War, piles of corpses covered the wilderness. People were plunged into misery and suffering. Disease was spreading all over the land. Death devastated the world of the living. Such were the times when the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first established. As humans, its founders were
Intinya kalau udah ada banner Archon wajib gacha bang. Banner Archon wajib gacha. Susah kalau spiral abis kalau nggak ada Archon. Banner Archon wajib gacha. Maksudnya gimana tuh? Susah kalau spiral abis nggak ada Archon. Spiral abis tuh yang di pojokan pulau itu ya. Itu kalau nggak salah gue baru level 6 deh. Kalau nggak ada Archon.
After generations, Liyue Harbor became a bustling hub of prosperity, luring people with dreams of great fame and abundant mora. But in the end, some lunatics stirred up the legacy of the dead. By that I mean the remnants of the defeated gods that ravaged the world. I won't go into specifics of that situation, but suffice to say that at its peak, life was on the verge of bringing about its own extinction, while death was coming back with a vengeance. It took a long, long time, longer than you'd think, to restore balance and reinstate the border. Without it, Liyue Harbor as we know it wouldn't be here today, neither would the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, you or me.
Jadi Wangsheng Funeral Parlor kayak tim pembersih zaman dulu gitu ya.
Not a chance. Curiosity can be perilous, you know. Don't forget my warning. The less you know, the better.
The less you know, the better.
What you make of my words is up to you. I do hope that most of it.
Iya kan lu mau dapetin karakter kan harus gacha.
Parlor is just that, a funeral parlor. Nothing more to it.
Nah, itu dia masalahnya. Gue kalau setiap gacha tuh gratisan dan nggak pernah dapat yang bagus. Pernah sekali dapat Kamishito Ayaka. Iya. Udah, jadi gue fokus karena males dapatnya jelek mulu. Jadi mendingan fokus main karakter dan fokus ke cerita. Enggak ke cerita sih. What you make of my word is up to you. The one thing we're not is just nothing matter.
We live in peaceful times, but this harmonious coexistence between life and death.
Lo punya berapa karakter, Zivel?
Huh? It's about time. Let's go. Let's take them.
What kind of place is that?
I just mean where we first bumped into each other.
Orang-orang tuh karakter sampai ada yang punya 30. Gila. Parah. Gua aja nggak modal kali. Apalah. Nih dapat ini kemarin. Kami satu ayaka sekalinya yang bagus. Itu juga masih baru.
A blade embraces its
60.
duty, as a jeweler cherishes their gems.
Baru segini. Jarang ngegaca. Fokusnya ke cerita. Gue dari 2019 mainnya jadi karakter udah lumayan bang. Sampai bingung mau build yang mana dulu. Anjay. Gila. 2019. Serius. 4. Mau jalan 5 berarti. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. Mau jalan 5 tahun. Parah. Lu orang-orang tuh ngaco dah. Gua aja yang telat main kali ya. Gue emang baru punya komputer sih, jadi semua game baru mainin juga. Jadi salah. Jadi agak ketinggalan masalah per game-gamean. Bahkan ada beberapa karakter yang gue baru tahu ngelihat dari stream orang, dan itu gue shock gitu. Kayak karakternya si Dovalin. Siapa sih yang jadi Dovalin tuh? Karakternya Dovalin lah. Itu dia bisa terbang di atas air. Ayaka juga bisa ngefly jalan gitu sih. Tapi itu bisa terbang, keren banget. Banyak banget karakter yang gue kayak pas pertama kali, gila keren banget gitu, kayak norak gitu. Pengen sih ngegaca, tapi terlalu buang-buang uang.
I won't, I promise. I'm grateful for everything you've done for me.
Iya, Fenty, entah itu pakai item atau memang skill elemental dia begitu deh. Pokoknya pernah main sama orang terus dia terbang nyebrangin air gitu. Hover gitu sih, ngelayang. Keren banget. Langsung kayak orang norak gitu gue. Wow.
Now that I know that my friends are doing so well, I have no intention to bother them.
Punya nggak lo Fenty?
I also want to thank you. You made my dream come true too.
So you should also mind my warning, Mung. If you won't let go of the past, I might reunite you two sooner than you think.
Gue pikir dulu waktu pas, bukan dulu, kemarin tuh berapa hari yang lalu dapat Ayaka tuh, kan gue seneng ya. Terus bisa melayang di atas air, gue pikir tuh itu paling max, sekeren-kerennya karakter. Ternyata pas lihat Fenty, wah anjir keren banget. Kalah ternyata, lebih kerenan itu. Padahal selama ini gue pikir Ayaka yang paling keren. Ternyata gue aja yang belum tahu. Fenty itu Archon juga. Memang skillnya bisa bikin terbang. Iya. Berarti skill ya. Cuma pas lagi terbang dia nggak bisa, nggak ada di buff nggak? Ada buff semacam apa gitu? Atau emang cuma travel aja deh? Atau itu buat buat kayak Ayaka gitu? Buat jalan-jalan doang? Apa masuk dalam skill maksud gue?
Not like that. You won't be seeing him later. Let's stick to goodbye and such.
Not like that. It was the same letter. Let's stick to goodbye and so.
No worries. I'm sorry. Of all the wishes we yelled that day, only ours hasn't come true.
Nah, don't be bothered by that.
Oh, apaan
No
mimpinya tuh?
life is without its regrets. You can leave in peace now.
You can live in peace. Rest in peace, Big G.
He's gone then. I thought that closure would bring me relief, but
Tim explore dia bang buat manjat.
emptiness.
Buat manjat. Oh bisa naik ke atas gitu dia. Anjir. Parah. Nanjat maksudnya veng gitu.
We didn't have a chance to hear it earlier.
Keren banget.
After each of us has started a family and built a career, we want both our families to spend the lantern rite together.
Ya. Mimpinya
That's why I envy my friends so much.
terlalu tinggi deh.
That's right. Also, think about this. Everyone gets burnt to ash one day.
Tapi ultinya buat crowd control. Area gitu kah ultinya kah? Gue nggak begitu tahu deh. Fancy. Nih tahu bercandanya dark web nih.
So enjoy your life while you can, and when your duty to the living is over, you can meet whoever you want again in the afterlife. Isn't that
Is that good?
Thank you? Either way, I don't think I'll ever return to Wulongyo. I have a lot of feelings to process.
Resign langsung.
No worries. It's a good opportunity for you to go on vacation. Consider your leave approved. Naturally, this doesn't change the terms of our previous agreement. The leave will be unpaid.
The leave will be unpaid. Ya bang, boleh minta review nggak? Apa udah? Hah? Review. Lucifer. Review apaan? Aren't you forgetting about something? I promised that you'll help us in our research.
To the border and let you have a look around, didn't I? But based on your reaction, it seems like you didn't find what you're looking for. It is a pity indeed.
The biggest pity of all is your lack of help.
I was fishing around on your behalf through the channels that aren't accessible to you. Unfortunately, I didn't find any leads worth pursuing either. I'll keep my eyes open in case anything crops up. If so, I'll be sure to let you know.
Lucifer, lu air berapa bang main Genshin? Air 45 kalau nggak salah. Masih baru banget, berapa? Sebulan, 2 bulan baru main. Lu air lu berapa? Kena udah air tuh buat apa sih sebenarnya? Gue nggak tahu. Kenapa penting banget kah? Koneksinya kemana sih sebenarnya? Kalau maksud gue kayak apa bedanya sama level gitu? Level karakter gitu. Sama misinya ngaruh nggak? Kalau AR itu? Karena kebanyakan apa namanya sih? Shrine ya? Kebanyakan kalau masuk tempat-tempat itu kan minimum level bukan minimum AR. Jadi itu pengaruhnya AR tuh buat apa? Gue masih agak sedikit kurang mengerti. Agak sedikit apa sih? I'm not an expert on tracking down the living, however, if you are, so... Set the border. Stop selling creepy stuff.
Relax. I'll help you look for them. You have my word.
Oh, salah minta review gue.
Sense of humor always goes unappreciated.
Salah. Gue masih terlalu baru. Review buat apaan sih emang? Seems like
I have my reasons.
semakin tinggi AR-mu, semakin pahamlah seseorang sama game itu. Oh, tingkat kepahaman orang aja berarti. WK. Gua nggak ngerti. Gua R57 bang. Gila. 57. Main dari kapan, Lucifer? Oh ya, Zivel. AR lu berapa, Zivel? Gua kayaknya belum nanya AR lu berapa. Gua paling cupu berarti di antara kita bertiga. Duh, gue mau jelasin tapi terlalu panjang lebar. Ya udah, nggak usah dijelasin kalau begitu.
But I've never seen any of the previous directors there. This means that becoming the director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was the right decision for them.
Air 60. Wah. AR tuh 45. Tapi kayak ada yang aneh sama AR gue deh. Ini kenapa nggak naik ya? Udah. Itu gue dari pertama rilis Genshin udah main tapi jarang login gitu. Gue dari pertama rilis Genshin. Rilisnya tahun berapa sih? 2019, 2018. Main di mana? Di komputer, di mobile. Ini AR gue Adventure EXP 72. 72.000 per 15.000. Ini nggak tahu nih macetnya di mana nih. Cara naikin aja gue juga nggak tahu. Gue nggak begitu peduli sama quest sih. Jadi sama quest sama leveling, cuma peduli sama dengerin ceritanya doang. Jadi makanya banyak yang ngaco. Coba tekan J. J itu apa ya? Quest dunia. World quest belum dikelarin. Oh. World quest. Yang ini ya. Gue banyak banget sih emang. Parah terus sampai bawah. Dari kemarin ngelarin ini doang nih. Quest dunia. Oh ini berarti quest world quest yang ini ya. Itu nyangkutnya di mana tuh? Harus nyesain yang mana tuh biar AR-nya nggak macet. Nih gue jadi konsultasi nih sama suhu-suhu Genshin. Nyangkutnya di mana? Di yang ini apa? Yang model-model kayak gini ya? Terus apa bedanya sama yang ini nih? Yang kecil-kecil. Kok pakai controller ya? Iya. Oke. Controller.
So this is a day in the life of the traveler. I'm learning more about you all the time.
Udah kelar tadi. Udah kelar. Story-nya. Mantap. Coba lu ngomong sama Catherine-nya. Ngomong gimana? Ada lupa nama questnya. Train. AR gue mentok gitu. Dung 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 dung. Loh beneran gue. Nanyanya gimana coba? Masa nanya aja gitu. Coba dong ngobrol sama si Catherine. Catherine siapa? Catherine yang itu kan, Catherine Adventure Girl. Iya, Adventure resepsionis itu kan. Si robot. Lu tau nggak kalau dia robot ternyata? Catherine yang kok gue jadi lupa ya. Ini kan si Catherine resepsionis ya, bener resepsionis. Ragu gitu gue. Astra. Lo tau gak kalau dia itu robot ternyata? Humanoid. Gue baru tahu loh. Norak gitu gue. Kalau lo ngerjain quest itu level monsternya naik bang. Bisa dibilang semakin tinggi AR-mu semakin tinggi level monsternya. So I think I'm gonna pass. Berarti makin susah kan? Oh iya, berarti kaitannya si AR itu sama sama level dari monster ya. Berarti ngaruhnya nanti yang didapetin dari monster itu juga lebih tinggi dong, lebih banyak dong. Maksudnya item-item dropan dari si monster. Berarti untuk ngalahin karena R tinggi, level karakternya juga harus lebih tinggi lagi. Harus menyeimbangkan begitu kan. Iya, gue paham. Thank you, Lucifer. Klaim yang adventure rank. Zfel. Nggak ada. Adventure ranknya belum. Have not complete commission. Commission apa tadi kata dia? Commission yang ini. Dah ini kok 45 setengah. Maksimal increase word level. Oh ini suruh nyelesain adventure rank Ascension. Air itu bukan cuma level monster juga, sama kayak level karakter lu juga bang, itu opsi kedua. Air itu bukan cuma level monster juga, sama level karakter lu juga bang. Itu opsi kedua. Nah, kerjain yang itu. Ntar makin susah lagi. Secupu itu gue. Ntar ya. Cepat ngerti lu bang. Kemarin temen gue jelasin panjang lebar masih pelongo-pelongo aja main Genshin, lama-lama gue yang emosi liat deh. Biasanya orang kalau ngomong temen gue tuh berarti lu. sorry. Oke. Nggak tahu sih, gue ngelogisin aja. Gue nggak pernah ngerjain sih ini Adventure Rank Ascension 3. Itu masuk ke dalam ruin itu kan, ruin di Monsat ya kalau nggak salah. Wah gila jauh banget. Iya gue nggak pernah kesini. Pernah sih dua kali kayak sekali. Lah tapi ini buat item. Buat apa? Apa sih sebutannya? Artifak. Ini kali maksudnya apa sih? Coba lihat dulu lah. Lihat aja dulu. Ini kan berarti Ascen. Tapi recommended party levelnya 80. Gue masih 70 rata-rata. Ini doang yang baru 80. Satu. Ini 60. Ini 70. Ngeri gak kuat. Nah ya itu juga kali alasan gue kenapa belum masuk-masuk ke apa? Masuk nyelesain Ascen. Karena cupu. Karena takut masih rekomendasi levelnya 80. Daily dulu. Daily. Iya yang itu. Iya, rekomennya 80 tapi ngeri. Gue saranin bawa healer. Gue punya healer cuma dia doang nih, Sayu. Sama Barbara. Ntar aja kali ya. Lihat mana sih? Ah, ini di tukang buku nih. Tuh gue nggak ngaruh level bang, yang penting artefak. Nggak ngaruh level bang, yang penting artefak. Oke. Yang ini ya. Yang bener cuma si Ayaka doang sih kalau dari gue. Yang agak mendingan. Karena gue kemarin norak gitu. Dia kayak satu-satunya karakter bintang 5 dah. Oh iya. Selain karakter traveler. Jadi gue norak banget. Gue masukin yang bagus-bagus ke dia. Nggak terlalu bagus juga sih. Gladiator doang sebenarnya. Tapi gue maksimalin. Yang penting artefak. Oh gitu kah? Berarti iya sih. Tapi apaan sih? Di sini ada yang level 1. Masalahnya penambahan level dari 1 ke, gue merhatiin juga dari 1 ke 20 tanpa artefak juga peningkatannya dikit banget. Yang ningkat cuma beberapa, cuma defense. Defnya juga cuma dikit naiknya. Ini nggak ada artefak ini berarti kan. Tuh, ini standaran polosan Lisa. Masa cuma segitu doang? Berarti level nggak begitu ngaruh juga sih sebenarnya. Emang artefak ya. Ayaka attack. Emang Ayaka harusnya apa? Gua nggak tahu. Gua asal pasang. Ayaka apaan harusnya? Maafin ya. Gue norak banget kemarin dapat. Rekomen lu apa sih Ayaka bagus ya? Dev? Enggak dong, nggak mungkin. Gua nggak tahu. Si tahu dong. Tapi gue mikirnya kenapa dipasangin Dev? Karena dia satu-satunya karakter bintang 5 gue. Dan karena gue pikir dia bisa nyerang areal gitu. Oh iya, harusnya kritikal kali ya? Enggak, bukan. Apa dong? Gak begitu fokus sama karakter. Novelis ini. Gini aja bang, explore aja dulu. Ayaka main freeze bang. Tapi kalau lu masih baru ya nggak apa-apa juga lah, lama-lama juga nanti ngerti. Nah, iya berarti kayak Zivel. Yang Zivel bilang, explore aja dulu. Buka-bukain chest sama bikin 100% map lu. Biar ngumpulin buku levelnya. Nah, gila 100% susah banget kayaknya. I need to deliver the manuscript to Fayan. Commerce good for me. Do you have time? Dia novelis, dia ceritanya nih, dia novelis tapi nggak mau keluar kampung. Iya, makanya gue main dari awal cuma fokus utama gue dengerin kayak nonton film aja gitu. Kan keren nonton film, tapi makanya lama juga. Udah 3 bulan main masih kayak gini aja. Padahal hampir tiap hari mainnya. Karena setiap story didengerin, dibacain, seru banget. Tapi kalau commission daily sih enggak. Gue disuruh ke sini, bisa antaranya nggak? Ya elah, susah amat. Biar ngumpulin buku level. Iya tuh, itu tiap quest ya dapetnya. Tuh. Come on, I don't have time. Finish. Nyebelin nih orang nih. Kok orang? Apa sih namanya dia? Lupa monster. Kok gue lupa ya? Kan habis mage. Siapa tadi? Sama Koi. Bro, paling tinggi nih doang kayaknya Galesong Hill 100%. Itu juga kayaknya iya, itu doang yang paling tinggi 90. Padahal ini daerah Mondstadt. Starvel aja masih Starvel ternyata masih 56. Ini juga. Berarti masih ada quest yang belum gue selesain ya? Apalah.
Even if an antique is priceless. The happiness it brings lasts for only.
Berarti kalau belum, iya, berarti karena masih 50%, ada quest yang belum selesai ya. Bukain chest. Julus juga tinggi banget bang persentase nambahnya kalau dapet. Julus juga tinggi banget persentase nambahnya kalau dapet. Jadi Julus subscribe, thank you receiver. Julus juga tinggi banget. Gue pikir dia Julus tuh buat ituan doang bukannya? Buat stamina ya? Enggak, apa emang ada fungsi lain? Ya, ini developernya keren sih. Wow. Lagi kau. Just like that. Masalah Geo. Geo apa sih? Geo gue lumayan salah satu yang tertinggi deh di antara Anemo. Anemo 7 apa? Anemo 7, Geo 8 deh kalau nggak salah. 8. Wah, 9 ternyata. Keren juga. Gue pikir masih 7. 8. Iya, dia masalah lebih tinggi dari Anemo deh yang punya Geo gue. Karena sering main di Liyue. Tapi exploration progressnya masih di 54 juga. Cuma 54. Ini padahal gue jarang kesini nih. Galesong Hill, tapi exploration progressnya tuh 94. Exploration podcast tuh quest kan? Quest sama yang gini-gini kan? Pasti ruin. Entahlah. Ini 50. Wah, emang hancur sih. Kacau. Hancur. Emang nggak bener. Begitulah kalau main game cuma dengerin ceritanya doang. Fatui. Suruh buka nih. Wanna take pick? No picking. It's alright. I still almost had the merit on my case. Lebih tepatnya chess challenge sama kulus sih bang. Chess challenge sama kulus. Exploration tuh. Itu ngaruh ke exploration tadi. Chess challenge tuh yang ditutupin itu kan. Chess yang ketutup sama lingkaran merah itu kan. Oh gitu. Oh gue pikir jumlah quest yang ada di daerah itu. Gue dapet 1 key. Zivel, thank you. Kemarin itu gue mau jalanin ini nih, Archon lagi, tapi nggak bisa karena dia nyangkutnya di complete Acer Palmatum chapter 1 static quest. Berarti Acer Palmatum chapter 1 itu ada di sini nih kalau nggak salah nih, di Kaedahara. Waduh, gue lupa lagi. Ini bener, Kaedahara. Berarti gue harus beli ini kan? Lah, kok inefisien? Nah, gue jalanin quest ini buat jalanin Archon. Challenge itu yang merah-merah. Oh, yang pisau itu ya. Pisau merah di tengah itu ya. Atau yang chest merah doang. Oh, iya, apapun itulah. Oh, jadi berarti nggak termasuk quest story world quest yang ada di daerah itu ya. Baru tahu gue. Sumpah gue baru tahu. Keren banget. Thank you loh. Nice info kan. Oh berarti, jarang. Emang sih jarang banget sih gue ngambil gituan. Tapi kalau udah 100% apa yang didapat? Misalkan satu daerah gitu, anggaplah siapa nih namanya? Si Galesong Hill. Bukit Galesong ini gue udah sampai 100 gitu. Terus gue dapat apa? Dapat EXP buku tadi kah? Ngapa nih background gue? Mansong. Biarin lah, bodo amat. Astra Abyssos. Kayak kegedean nih. Partainya terlalu besar. Cuing. Much better. Yang dapat banyak. Yang dapat banyak tapi harus dikerjain semua. Tergantung kali ya, tiap daerah ada yang didapetin. Itu kayak nggak bisa buat dikejar gitu deh. Maksudnya seberjalannya waktu aja, nggak bisa ditargetin gitu. Kali gue mau ngapain? Oke, Archon. Add Astra Abyssos.
Thank you for completing.
Itu apaan? Balik lagi. Aser. Ini dia nih. Buat dapetin Archon. Oh, dia orang. Wah, ini malah 63, lebih gede dari yang beberapa di Mondstadt. Banyak ekspor kali gue di sini. Dia orang Inazuma ternyata. Pisokap itu tadi. Misi.
So many things have happened since then. Yeah, we've definitely made some progress on our journey.
Nonton.
Where should we go today?
Yang gue suka nih.
Hey, what the heck was that for? Doesn't want to talk,
Ya, dia naik.
Alright, let's convince him to calm down a little.
Whirling snow, kami satulah. Sylvester, my apologies.
Udah gitu dong.
So you don't have a vision after all. Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you've got the right person before you go attacking them. No,
Cuet.
even when you've got the right person, you shouldn't go attacking them out of the blue. It's dangerous.
Vision Hunter dia.
Someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazuha. He carries a sword just like you. I've also... That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
Ya, Vision Hunter.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around here, waving that weird sword in our faces, and he didn't even apologize.
and didn't even apologize.
Well, one thing's for sure. No way are we telling him anything about Kazuha.
You're gonna give more.
Paimon has a feeling, though, that even if this guy gets to challenge Kazuha to a duel, he won't be able to.
Kazuha siapa ya?
Anyway,
Soalnya Serafim, bukan.
we should go find Kazuha.
Kazuha siapa ya? Kazuha.
Watch his back. Oh? What kind of hunch?
Hold that. Toilet break. Kazuha? Siapa itu Kazuha? Buka ada di arsip karakter lu, Bang. Apa tuh? Arsip karakter. Kazuha. Si Kazuha ya? Enggak, kayak gue pernah ketemu dia tapi gue lupa. Pernah ketemu di quest awal ya, kalau nggak salah ya. Kazuha itu. Zaman-zaman awal baru masuk Inazuma ya dia. Dia temennya, bukan temennya. Apa? Lupa. Even beyond already know each other, knowing feeling.
Maybe a little. But then again, most people look pretty much the same once they start fighting, so that doesn't really prove anything. Anyway, there's no time to lose. Let's go tell Kazuha so we won't get into any danger. Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him there.
Oke, Asar Palmatum. Gue lupa di mana. Oh, bukan. Di sini nih. Dung. Lah. Oh, bukan. Di mana ngeliatnya? Ini kah? Archive. Oh, enggak. Oh, gue punya Kazuha. Enggak kayaknya. Sukrosa. Bukan, iya tapi kayak ini kali karakter. Ya benar. Dia teman siapa ya? Raiden Shogun. Toma, Hyujin. Tanari Wonder. Kok dikit ya? Gini doang. Itu di karakter archive. Ya. Siapa sih tadi namanya? Kaedehara Kazuha. Kaedehara Kazuha. Wih. Nggak ada tapi Kaedehara Kazuha. Kaedehara Kazuha. Kuki ada atau kayak Tomara Raiden. Oh ini Win. Who is currently with Liu Crux Fleet, a gentle carvisual. Many burden in his past. Gue kayak belum pernah ketemu dia dah. Dia di Liu Crux Fleet. Samping Ayaka. Iya. Siapa ya? Lupa deh gue ceritanya tentang dia. Oh, dia yang jadi tour guide di awal itu. Oh iya, gue inget. Dia yang jadi tour guide waktu itu, yang nganterin, ngebuka pintu, ngebuka jalan. Oke. Iya, makanya ketemunya di sini. Ya dia nganterin ke guild. Dia nganterin ke rumah Ayaka kalau nggak salah. Dia salah satu karakter yang wajib punyanya di luar Archon. Wajib punya. Kenapa tuh kalau boleh tahu? Bagus kah skillnya? Archon gue belum ada yang punya. Dia setim sama siapa sih namanya? Bidu. Bukan, dia nggak setim. Ya skill. You're looking for Kazuo to learn something. Ya skill crowd control sama naikin elemental mastery sama infuse element juga. Ya skillnya crowd control, naikin elemen mastery sama infuse element. masukin elemen gitu maksudnya. Kayaknya nanti gue lihat di YouTube. Ngedapetin karakter itu cuma dari gacha doang kan? Dan cara gratisan dapetin gacha tuh ngumpulin apa sih namanya? Primogen dari achievement kan? Berarti
If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Beto had a great run there too.
oh iya benar-benar dia set
This kind of attention.
Kazuha
Kazuha
satu
keeps to himself most of the time. In fact, there are times when he doesn't even
tim
listen to
sama
the captain.
Bedu.
She just laughs it off.
Timnya Bedu. Iya dari gacha doang. Ya benar berarti cara gratisannya cuma nyelesain achievement. Something about
Is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out to be? Really? Wow. When you put it like that, it all makes sense. In that case, his newfound stardom is well deserved. He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryo Commission.
Tenryo.
They said they had something important to discuss with him. I thought they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out they couldn't have been friendlier to him. Seems like they really respect the guy.
Just a little while ago, this would have been completely unimaginable.
The Shogun has some goodwill. After all, I was chang. Yeah, A. Raiden Shogun A.
All right then. I'll just stay here and carry on trying to fend off the crowd.
Chew. Tenryu Commission. Ching. Tenryu Headquarter. Berantem.
Oh? It's you.
Yeah.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. Since you're here, you're very welcome to listen in on the conversation. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now
Oh, salah dia temen yang temennya mati itu bukan sih?
chance to correct my clan's past mistakes, and for that, I'm deeply grateful. The Almighty Shogun has issued a
bukan.
large array of directives aimed at resolving, or at least
Iya benar yang temennya mati.
that have built up over the years. The Tri-Commission has made the recommendation to use this opportunity to restore the honor of the Kaidahara name. Regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan, I trust that you're already somewhat informed?
I trust that you're already somewhat informed. I forget. Explain me.
It's a group of select bladesmiths who served the Shogun directly, responsible for upholding and further developing the traditional blade forging arts of the Almighty Shogun. The Kaidahara clan belonged to this class. But there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held accountable for lax oversight and entered a period of great turmoil. We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Attributing all of the blame to the Kamisato and Kaidahara clans was neither proper nor just.
Not just.
Considering Mr. Kaidahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes he should not only be rewarded for his achievements, but also receive recompense for the excessive punishment borne by his clan in the past. In the interest of preventing further harassment of the bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our investigations into these matters. We trust you can understand why this was necessary.
This is a true honor.
I am delighted to be in a position to receive the goodwill of the almighty Shogun.
Apa tuh
However,
goodwill ya?
would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous gesture does not come without some strings attached?
Asik.
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaidahara clan's reputation and occupation restored, the Kaidaharas will be bladesmiths once more, and your wanderings will finally come to an end. You will be able to lead a safe and prosperous life in Inazuma City, with the almighty Shogun's blessing and full support of the Shogunate.
I have grown accustomed to life among the elements. I fear I would no longer feel at home behind the tall walls of a stately abode. Yet my ancestors did indeed take great pride in the name of Kaidahara, and the art of blade making for which it stood.
Oh, dia blacksmith ternyata.
I sense some hesitation in your words. Should you accept this offer, I imagine many of the malicious rumors currently circulating through the populace will disappear.
Kok gue denger suara cewek teriak ya? Ya ada ponakan gue. Ada ponakan gue, ada adik gue rame di sini. Sorry. Agak horor ya tapi gue bacanya. Kok gue denger suara cewek teriak? Gue nggak tahu sih yang lu denger tuh ponakan gue atau bukan. Ayo lu. Spooky. Gue kelewatan apa tuh?
That is correct. However, to some
denger. Oh, itu barusan tuh. Wah, itu tangga. Gak horor. Nah, horor ini pagi ini masih. Itu tangga barusan yang teriak. Bocah kecil. Kedengeran kah? Berarti sensitif juga itu. I'm covered with being subject of public discussion, no matter whether it being suspicion or subject of public discussion. Oh, introvert berarti ini.
But perhaps if the shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this situation will blow over more quickly.
This is precisely why I encourage you to give our offer some serious thought. It stands to benefit all of us.
Please allow me some time to consider. In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then, what brings the two of you here?
Streaming. Jadi gue gak pernah, bahkan meskipun gue gak pernah dengerin suara gue sendiri pun, gue sendiri langsung kayak gimana. Jadi agak, gue cuma ngeliatin parameternya doang, masih hijau. Ayo udah. Jadi gue gak tahu suara background yang kedengeran gimana. Maafkan ya. Serem juga. Tiba-tiba ada suara yang ternyata bukan suara tetangga atau suara ponakan.
Wow. Yikes! We nearly forgot about the most important.
Yeah, I'm gonna recount attack of scars.
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me?
Sibling. Aneh. Could it be someone you train with under the same master?
No. This puzzles. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family.
Okay, but the sibling.
Based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. We undergo rigorous training to standardize every motion the blade is put through, so that each can be fairly assessed for quality. Over time, these techniques came to form something of a Kaidahara sword art, focused on blade testing, but with a full repertoire of combat forms. Those forms are quite different from the more practical ones typically used by samurai in battle. So it's hard to imagine that the similarity you speak of was coincidence alone.
All the more reason to watch your back! This guy was a serious nutcase.
Indeed. He sounds highly aggressive. Anyone he targets is at risk of serious injury, or worse.
In that case, I will send some men out immediately to search for him.
Thank you. I must say I am now very curious about this matter, and I will also need some time to consider your offer. I will first join the traveler in investigating the one who attacked her. then give you a conclusive answer.
answer.
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on, let's go and
Let's
track
go.
down your aggressor.
Siapa ternyata adiknya apa? Oh bapaknya.
The detective agency knows the most.
I'm your father, Kazuha. Or I'm your uncle. Or somehow you in the future.
Let's see what Ryuji has to say.
Ryuji, who is Ryuji? Ya, darahnya berkurang. Keren juga gue.
Hey there, we'd like to ask you a
I'd
quick
like to ask you
question.
a quick
Do
question.
you know if anyone around here has been looking for him? For Kaidahara Kazuha, we mean.
Aha! So this is the renowned Mr. Kaidehara. I've heard a lot about you. It is an honor to finally meet you today.
It
You
is
are
a
too kind.
honor
We are currently
to
investigating
finally
an
meet
assault
you.
and would appreciate any help you can offer.
Oh?
Wow.
You were targeted in an assault? Let me think. Mr. Kaidehara is currently the talk of the town, so there are always a lot of people. To be honest
Wow,
with
you're
you,
famous,
our detective agency has recently been
Kaidehara.
receiving many inquiries from people wishing to obtain Mr. Kaidehara's personal information.
Wih,
Some of them were offering us millions of mora just to gather the information they want.
widih,
If these were more legitimate commissions,
ada
Sangha would have snapped them up in
stalker.
an instant.
Millions of Mora? Whoa. Oh, wait, even at that price, you probably still shouldn't.
Please, accept my thanks for looking out for my privacy.
Of course. No matter what, we only take on
Detective.
legitimate cases. We don't make
We
our
don't
money
make
by
our money by
revealing
revealing.
details of other people's... Sorry, I got a little off topic. What I'm really trying to say is, it doesn't surprise me that a complete stranger is looking for Mr. But I wouldn't
Why?
know where to begin if we want to connect this with an assault.
Then let's put that connection aside for now. Have there been any other attacks or similar incidents recently that stand out as particularly unusual? The Tenryou Commission had very few leads, and I thought you might
Wow.
have some information from different sources.
It's true that the commissioners aren't clued up about every little thing that goes on out in the streets. But typically, it's only the most trivial events that manage to escape their attention.
Makin dikit.
If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would be assault, in which case the Tenryou Commission would absolutely get involved.
Uh-oh. Looks like the trail's already run cold.
I still find it difficult to believe that whoever attacked you hasn't been causing any trouble elsewhere. Few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the first person he targeted, someone is certain to have been hurt by now.
Prowess. Prowess. What is prowess? Someone can contain hard by now.
I am well aware of your talents. There is no need to be humble around me. In fact, I'm quite relieved that you were the one he targeted.
Seneng lo berarti,
It would
seneng lo.
cause me great grief to see someone become critically injured or lose their life because of me. For the poor victim, this would be a completely senseless crime.
Senseless.
Don't worry, we'll find him.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero they make you out to be, Mr. Kaidehara. Surely this same concern for your fellow man is what drove you to fearlessly raise your blade against the almighty Shogun.
You flatter me.
Iya.
I don't know quite what came
Dia
over me
yang
in that moment.
nyerang serangan terakhir final attack-nya si A waktu itu. Iya, yang Shogun.
You are much too humble. Don't worry, I
Bukan final attack
completely
sih.
understand your concerns.
Kayak dia yang
I will
pertama
try my
ngebuka deh
best to
kalau nggak
gather
salah.
whatever leads I can for you. Oh, actually, there was one strange incident over the last few days. It doesn't involve an attack, though. Let me tell you about it just in case.
Just in case.
Sure. During times like this, the more information we have, the better.
The better. The better.
All right then. Recently, 2 people went missing from the city at around the same. One of them is a pretty well-known collector, surnamed Nagato.
Amenoma. Now there's a familiar.
Right. Yuya is the nephew of Amenoma Togo, the owner of Amenoma Smithy. 2 grown men going missing at the same time. I recalled this because Amenoma Yuya is also an accomplished martial artist who is skilled with the
Who's calling? Hahaha. Teflon. Yeah, because Ranma is an accomplished martial artist who is skill with the blade. What are you looking for?
Though it seems highly unlikely to me. I neither know this man, nor do I have any idea why he may wish to attack me.
We'll investigate both.
We never know what we might find out along the way.
Thank you, Ryuichi. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma Smithy.
Amenoma
Sounds
Smithy.
good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Muter. Amenoma Smithy. Ah, namanya Amenoma Smithy.
Ah, if it isn't Kaede Harakazuha. What?
Yes, the Kaedehara and Amenoma clans were both members of the Raiden Gokaden. Historically, there have
Gokaden.
always been deep links between the two clans. After I returned to Inazuma, I visited Mr. Amenoma to pay my respects. Let me
Raiden
quickly
Gokaden.
explain. The Raiden Gokaden was the collective term for the 5 most acclaimed bladesmithing arts in Inazuma. The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty shogun, and over time, further honed and enhanced by the most talented craftsmen.
Ngerti gue. Gak paham. Raiden Gokaden. The technique of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokaden by the almighty shogun, and over time further honed and enhanced by most of...
Unfortunately, a series of events led to the gradual decline of many clans in the bladesmithing trade. Today, only the Amenoma clan has kept its art alive.
It is a great
pretty
indeed. In the old days, we each
in
had
the
our
old
specialties.
days.
And just as iron sharpens iron, so too did we learn much from each other.
So too.
As an example, the Amenoma art
Strive to imitate patience and determining.
as it turns stone to sand.
Oh. Amenoma art.
There is nothing mystical to our work. There is only practice, day in and day out. Until
Terbuat
body and mind have memorized the craft,
turning
turning
each
each motion of every technique into an As for the art of the Kaedehara clan, I believe it's called
Ishin.
the Ishin art.
Ishin.
Ishin art strives for complete harmony between blade and mind from the moment that forging begins. For only a blade thus forged can capture and convey its maker's thoughts and feelings, and eventually become an extent.
Indeed. Most
Awesome.
samurai choose their blades,
Just their blade, but Ishin
an
blade.
Ishin blade chooses its owner.
Hmm,
You are,
nice.
without a
Harry
doubt,
Potter kali.
the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade. It
The
gladdens
most
my
worthy
heart
wielder
to
of
see
Ishin
that
blade is
although the
my
Kaedehara
heart.
clan has fallen on hard times, its
Kaedehara
ideals
clan
and
virtue.
are alive and well.
You overestimate me. My actions are guided by my own personal sentiments. But let's
Gak mau
get back on
dipuji dia
topic.
orangnya.
The purpose of our visit today is to gather some information on your missing
On your
nephew.
missing nephew.
We hope to assist with the investigation. It may turn out that this case is connected to another we are pursuing.
Ah, yes. My nephew.
My nephew.
He didn't say a word before he left, which is very unlike him. I'm still completely at a loss, but I've done what I can so far. Worrying is futile.
We heard that there was a collector involved in the disappearance too. Know anything about that?
Yes.
Collector.
On the morning that Yuya went missing, he gave me a very cryptic... I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato. After that, the next thing I heard was that a fire... Yes. Strange, isn't it?
Strange, isn't it?
Unfortunately, there was very little evidence left behind, so nobody knows what really happened.
Do you have...
If I had to guess, it must have been some kind of rare weapon.
Ooh.
Otherwise, there would have been no reason for him to get my hope. He's never been particularly interested in blade forging, but has always had a fondness for blade testing. I can sense even the most minute differences in blade quality.
Minute.
Extraordinarily talented in martial arts, particularly when it comes to the art.
Truth be told, we have some information that you may find to be, based on the evidence we have gathered so far, only...
What? No. He is humble and kind. Even his training is done with the goal of calming his mind.
Udah berubah kali dia.
He has never gotten into a fight. Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, it's that Yuya would never draw his blade without a very good reason. But, with that said, it's equally out of character for him to just disappear.
Disappear.
I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or otherwise compelled by circumstances unbeknownst to me. Anyway,
Ya.
should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
Gimana sih Om? Om sama keponakan.
Hyman doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us as well.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Nagato.
Nagato. Ponakannya hilang. Terus dikira dia yang nyerang. Tapi ponakannya orang baik. Jadi kemungkinan bukan ponakannya. Siapa dong? Jangan-jangan Kaidahara Kazuha sendiri yang nyerang. Epic. Plot twist. Nagato.
I'm very sorry, but we cannot afford to pay what we owe right now. My
Yeah.
husband has gone missing, and I'm...
No, you misunderstand us. We are
Here,
here to
help.
help with the investigation.
Investigation.
We'd like to ask you some questions about Mr. Nagato's disappearance, if we may.
Kok pada hilang?
I see. I thought the debt collectors had come. I'm sorry you have to see me in this dreadful state. Has some new information come out?
I'm afraid we don't have any
I'm afraid we
information
don't.
at the moment. With this in mind, can we perhaps ask...
For example, Hyman's struggling to...
That's a long story. Ever since I've known him, he'd always get so animated when he was showing them to me. I knew nothing about the items myself, but seeing how enthusiastic and excited everything was fine when we first got married. But as he lost his sense of restraint. He started buying more and more things, and even resorted to borrowing money just so he could pay for them. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was awful. There were days when he'd spend hours down at the warehouse, admiring his weapons even as debt collectors were descending upon our house. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them.
Udah,
Just
ngapain
sat
beli?
staring at them like, I'm happy he has a hobby and I'm willing to support him. But
Hobi
making ends meet has to come
mahal.
first. I've tried talking to him about it so many times, but on the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum.
Ultimatum.
I said, if he refused to sell his collectibles and pay off his debts, I would divorce him and take the children with me.
Asik. Banyakan beli barang.
And that led to an argument.
Actually, it didn't. Generally, he's a quiet man who likes to go with the flow. On most things, he leaves the decision-making. You must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with divorce if the debts hadn't pushed our family to the brink. After I said those words, he froze. Was silent for a long time.
Baper dia, baper.
When he
finally speak.
Awkwardly mumbled that he would pick out a few items to sell.
Yeah.
His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family?
It is important to set boundaries.
We wouldn't have found ourselves in such a predicament. And I also don't know if he had actually come to his senses, or if he was simply angry with me. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire, and both he and the buyer had gone missing.
I see. Aminoma Yuya came to purchase a weapon from Mr. Nagato. During the sale, a fire broke out at the...
At first, I assumed they must have gotten into an... But my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to imagine him getting into a fierce argument.
Pernah nawar gitu.
Maybe he was feeling the...
I don't know. He just disappeared after the warehouse. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home, now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire.
Ya, kasihan. Siapa yang bayar dong?
Though I'm still a little mad at him. We're a family, and I want us to face our family's crisis together. As long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf, I know.
Turn over a new leaf.
Please don't get upset. There
Apa
could
tuh?
be more to this situation than meets the eye. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, it is quite unusual for this habit to change. So, but the information we gathered from the other side suggests
yes.
Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who would not be likely to
Orang
start
baik.
an argument.
Dua-duanya orang baik. Terus
This situation is getting a little
confusing.
jangan-jangan ada orang ketiga.
Completely missed.
Let's try a change of scenery and see if we can
And
piece
see if we
together
can piece
what we've
together
learned.
what we've
Rest assured, we'll notify you.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the sales meeting between the two men was somehow the catalyst for their disappearance.
The
fire at
catalyst.
the warehouse likely played a part in how the situation unfolded. Do you have any thoughts?
Someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp.
Accidentally knocked over an oil lamp and...
What is the body then?
Never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while.
Where are? Perhaps the fire were used to hide the truth. We're still missing crucial information.
Right. I very much agree with you. Working off what we know so far, there are too many things that don't... The chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover. One fact that I keep coming back to is that Amenoma Yuya is polite and well-mannered. While Mr. Nagato is introverted and passive. Neither seems like the type of person. Mr. Nagato, being heavily in debt, is also the only one of them with the potential motive to disappear after the fire.
Okay, kabur.
The more puzzling it becomes. Just what could have happened there?
This also doesn't seem connected to the case of the attacker.
Right. Although the time frame seems to broadly match, no other details that we've learned seem to link the two events together. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker, namely that he is principally a practitioner of the blade testing techniques of Amenoma art, not those of the combat-oriented Ishin art.
Okay.
We thought we could get two birds with one stone here, but at this rate, it's starting to look like a wild goose chase.
Wild goose chase.
Let's keep going. Since we've come, if we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and...
Okay, but...
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse.
The warehouse. Where is the warehouse located? Dekat Sakura Bloom.
I'll keep an eye on you.
Cung Sakura Bloom. Mana lagi? Lah, dia masuk ke quest.
Wait.
Wait.
I hear something ominous in the wind.
I hear something ominous in the wind.
This must be another one of those sounds that only you can hear. As sketchy as that whole thing seems, you did put it to good use when we were chasing down that vision thief at Beto's tournament, so...
Now I'm picking up a strong scent in addition to the sound. It's right around here somewhere.
Nyium bau. Setnya. Tuh, ada asap.
There's nothing here.
It's gone now, but I can still sense the direction it left in. It felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma.
Ancient?
The remnants of the Tatarigami. Indeed. But this unexpected spring of inauspicious energy may prove to be of benefit to our investigation. We should remain vigilant and approach slowly.
Huh. So it's an underground warehouse.
The force is definitely coming from the source of the Tatarigami energy has long since left this place. But the residue it left behind still hasn't. Judging from the concentration, I would have to conclude that the Tatarigami source resided here for a...
Mrs. Nagato said her husband used to hang around the warehouse by himself.
It could well be that he was already under the influence of Tatarigami energy at that time. From what I've been told, Tatarigami does not turn all upon whom it preys into violent monsters, but most will develop a stubborn streak upon being exposed to the Tatarigami's unfulfilled will. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence of Tatarigami could explain why he became an obsessive hoarder, amassing more and more possessions, even as he put himself.
Gara-gara Tatarigami dia beli-beli barang.
Go down and take a look?
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look. If we don't open this door, we can move no closer to the truth. You needn't worry. Both of us have faced far greater dangers than this. Relatively speaking.
Okay.
What's down?
Everything's buried in debris. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
That was too scary!
All we can do now is keep searching in the direction that the Tatarigami... Two ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. Yes, let's go. If nothing else, it's vital that we find out where this Tatarigami energy is. Quiet your mind and focus on what you sense around you.
Quiet your mind.
Will perceive its ominous presence in the wind.
Namaste. Where is it? Dah, nggak kelihatan. Mana sih? Sini. Ya. Sini. Terus.
From this point, the trail appears to split into two. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance, but a small portion remained here, and seems to be dissipating slowly.
Quite possibly.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly trails! They're acting really strangely.
Hello.
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Oh, ritual. Dus, nggak kena. Cupu banget. Ya, ini lagi. Si cupu. Malah kemana tahu. Yang nggak ada damage semuanya. Impress the ice. Dus. Dus. Mana sih? Bawah ya? Dus. My apologies. How polite of you.
It's... By the looks of it, a letter written on a piece of torn clothing. The ink is bone dry. It must have been written... Well...
Nagato. He took my most precious blade. I chased him but could not catch him. I don't here to rest on account of my actions and after my cocker. Keep on my stomach. But it seems some stranger power has sustained me. Some strange power. Why did he steal the blade? That blade I was going to sell it to him. He even burned my more. Oh, Amenoma Yuya. Careful, so I can use to strike the pen is right. What will happen to Satsuki? I'm sorry that I was talking with. All those strange and bizarre things, but they want me another. Thank you, sorry. Ya, mati kah dia?
According to this letter, a conflict arose because Amenoma Yuya wanted to
Amenoma
seize a
Yuya,
blade
the
belonging
polite
to
one.
Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight.
Kok mereka bisa?
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Add to that the fact that its aura seems to have attracted a horde of monsters, and I'm afraid whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point. Yes, right now we need to. If Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately, then the longer.
Right, so let's get moving.
I wouldn't be surprised if he too fell prey to the influence of the. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest desire to inflame would be their pursuit of further power. All the clues that at first seemed disparate and disconnected. I have a hypothesis that, if it's correct, not only explains the series of events leading to the two men's disappearance, but also zeroes in on the attacker's identity.
Wait.
Okay.
You figured it out? So the.
I believe so. On with the search.
Yeah, skip.
We must stay vigilant.
Okay. Gue langsung ketemu gitu keren. Ini bahaya nih. Bahaya.
Understood.
Ponakan. Mana kah ini? Salah ini. Chung chung. Chung chung chung.
He seems to have stayed here for a long time.
Why here? Is there?
I'm not sure, but on closer examination, show yourself.
Haidehara Kazuha, it's you, at last.
At last.
So it is the same guy. What's your problem, huh?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. If it is Amenoma Yuya that stands before. But what if instead of facing Amenoma Yuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it, it is. Whoa!
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself within physical objects, then works to subtly affect any living organism. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years, affecting his state of mind. And more as a means to occupy Amenoma Yuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. You've already deduced the truth. Many, many years ago, I was forged by a famed bladesmith of the Ishin tradition. I was his pride and joy. In me, he placed all his hopes and dreams. As a descendant of the Kaidehara clan, you should be able to guess our greatest regret.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Gokaden.
Indeed. At that point in time, he failed to live up to the Raiden Shogun's expectations. In the end, all he could do was to flee the nation by sea on a ship bound for Snezhnaya.
Snezhnaya?
He was a bladesmith of great renown, a master of his
Snezhnaya
craft. There was
Fatui.
nothing that he could not accomplish. All he needed was more time and a little faith. And sure enough, in the end. He achieved what he had set out to do. All of his life's work, his wisdom, his skill, it culminated in his creation of me. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own.
Whoa.
In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
Okay.
Swords can become...
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. They saw me as a mere blade, a sharp and well-crafted one, but in all other respects an ordinary weapon. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land
Gimana
of
cara dia pergi,
Inazuma.
anjir?
Moving from one person to the next, I controlled the minds of countless hosts along the way, each bringing me one step closer to my... I seek but one
Buat
thing.
balik
To face the full
ke
force of the
Inazuma.
Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power, the might of Ishin art.
Amino
Ngadu sama Raiden
Yuya
Shogun
was not
berarti.
your first victim. Tell me, what happens to those you've possessed when you...
My hosts? Who cares what happens to them? They are but tools that serve my mission. When they got
Kebalik.
tired or injured or unusable, I hopped to the next one in line. All I needed them for was to take me back to After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's warehouse until Amenoma Yuya handed himself over to me on a silver plate. At long last, I'm approaching my journey's destination. By Amenoma Yuya's body, I have found you, and by your hand, I shall defeat the Raiden Shogun. Kaedehara
Kesel dia.
you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your...
Wah, aneh banget. Pedang yang minta.
One with nature.
Wah, keren juga dia. Mau ngapain? Waduh. Lama. Kami satu art. Sumetsu. Halo. Dus. Begitu doang.
Or I will
Your bluff's fooling no one.
Lost. I can never lose. It is this
Can never
body
lose.
that has reached its limit. Even if you defeat me here, the one who falls will not be me, but this
Lah
man.
gitu.
He is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel. The end result is the same. I will end this wretch's life before you. And even if I were to lose my physical form, it is but a small setback. By any means necessary and any medium available,
Your fighting style. It is indeed the forms of Ishin, but from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance.
Really? You can tell.
As I've mentioned before, the forms of Ishin art convey the user. Since the blade is currently possessing Amenoma Yuya's body, its movements express the If you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate, single-minded ambition.
Single-minded ambition.
I am your only...
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless without... On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin art's secrets. The little that you know barely scratches the surface. In that regard, why would I ever...
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. If you are indeed a cursed blade that can possess... Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything finally makes sense. You weren't... After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak.
Yeah.
To the point that you are now unable to acquire a new host without making physical contact.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now. Mr. Nagato had a habit of never touching his collectibles.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally have an opportunity to reach out to Amenoma Yuya and make your escape. Well, that brings me to my second point. There's a despair in you that is so strong it threatens to overwhelm you. You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. But this ambition is too grand and too heavy
Too
for you to
heavy.
bear. Each step, I think you realized your limitations long ago. The more you clenched your teeth and pressed forward, the greater your fear of losing everything you had achieved grew, and the more you wished to run from the truth.
Okay.
But the way I see it, what began as an ambition has long since become a delusional fantasy.
What would you know about any of this? I'm just what?
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. But to make this arduous journey, you committed count even if you were to sever that divine light. Is this truly the outcome that you... Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principles of harmony between...
Silence! I must achieve my goal. This was... I will concede that you are most perceptive. You see my predicament clearly.
And you should...
Easy for you to say. Facing I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not...
Oh.
It is pointless to argue further. Descendant of the Kaedahara clan. If you wish to save this man, then offer me...
How stubbornly you stick to... I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the almighty shogun in your current state. So let us make a bet. And I will put your strength...
Surely you're not planning to agree to his demand.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom you wish to cross blades. A taste of my... Once we have dealt with them, we shall proceed to tension...
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose, you must release...
Don't do this, Kazuha!
With cursed blood.
This is
Yeah,
the
cursed
only
blood.
way to save Amenoma Yuya. If we don't do this, he'll forever... The cursed blade's strength is currently very weak, and I sense he's hesitating. This suggests his heart is still not completely... The power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing obsessions. This is the reason Mr. Nagato and Amenoma Yuya fell prey to it. Since I don't have any similar... Even if things take a turn for the worse, we have a chance here to save an innocent victim. I am willing to accept the...
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance.
Woeful
I agreed to this
ignorance.
because there are things I wish to look now.
I felt a little dizzy at first, but it's all right. So far, this was as I expected. I will.
What should we do next?
We find some enemy. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, it probably hasn't experienced. If a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harmony between blade and bearer, if he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no choice but to face it. He shouldn't last long in an intense combat.
Wait a minute! Paimon remembers hearing since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that secret base, it's been held by Ronin ever
Secret
since.
base. Okay.
What about Amenoma Yuya?
The blade says he'll let Amenoma Yuya trail us silently. Although he hasn't regained his own consciousness yet, he is...
Are we sure this is a good idea? Okay, fine.
Nah, diikutin. Di sini nih, gue tahu. Cuf. Masuknya lewat sini tapi jauh. Cuk, cuk. Tuk, tuk, tuk. Udah diambil kah? Lah, udah. Sakura belum. Udah ternyata. Nyebelin.
Understood. Talk to the Electro Archon whenever.
Awas. Ini ke sini. Cuh. Bawah dia. Set, terus. Set, cing, terus. Oke. Party level 71. Lower. Recommended element win. Win tapi. Bisa kali nggak apa-apa. Let's go, let's go. Lah cuma atu, gimana sih teh? Keren juga. Harganya cakep ya. Kumpulin deh satu, der, drop. Let's get you out of business. This. Keren ya. Keren banget.
I'm all right. The blade is performing largely as I expected. Having gone so long without proper use and maintenance, it's become very difficult to use. Though he's making every effort to persevere, I do not think he can last much longer.
Something else on your mind?
How strange. Rather than trying to control me, he is instead trying to match my fighting rhythm. Let's keep going.
Oke. Berarti pedang itu cocok kali ya malu. Dah, nyantai banget tau. Keren juga nih areanya. Udah 2 kali gue ngomong. Sini. Bareng gak? Lah. Cakep.
Something's up with the blade.
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. The blade is becoming more and more difficult for me to wield. He cannot hold out much longer. If he keeps persisting,
What would that...
I will be careful with it. He also says he does not have any plans to give up easily. He's still trying to achieve... Time to go. Time to go. Wind strike. Clouds high. The birds call.
Nah, udah. Itu doang.
Are you okay? It looked like you were really struggling the entire fight.
Yes. And it looks like he's reached his limit.
Ya jangan lu yang sampai
It doesn't look
limit.
Perhaps this time we'll finally have a chance.
true form. What are you... Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you wouldn't even be able to beat samurai and kairagi. Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from Snezhnaya back to Inazuma has left you battered and broken. It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I've finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. For perhaps then you would still be able to wield commendable power.
Asik,
But
for the
regrettably,
last
we are
time
nothing
gitu.
alike. I will never understand your obstinacy and cruelty, nor can I empathize with the only one who truly understood you.
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming from? Yup, we can help.
Don't worry. It's just more of the same.
Lembek amat. Wih, Windstrider. Tus. Keren nih dia nih.
Way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in spirit. Though we fought briefly together, no one knew anything of my story throughout my travels, nor did I tell it to anyone. You are I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you, perhaps there would still be a ray of hope for me.
But in this too, you have failed.
Indeed. No matter how
Ya
hard
udah
I tried,
nyerah gitu
I could
doang.
not attain that perfect harmony that your personal blade does with you. Too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and without proper maintenance, I can only disguise my true appearance behind an outer sheen. Yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi. And what a
Ya dia tuh
magnificent
mau
blade
balas
it is.
dendam ya kayaknya.
Perhaps
Balas dendam sama
I shall never
Shogun.
reach that level of glory.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue.
Ya gitu, anjir.
Forging and maintenance are both important for a blade, but they are not everything. This blade has traveled the land with me for many years, and we have formed a close bond during that time. Plus, in the moment that I most needed it, I received aid from another power. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. All these There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your ability to possess your own consciousness derived from the power of the Tatarigami. Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. It is the source of your mania and savagery. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, the part of you driven by Tatarigami was constantly trying to seize control of my body.
Asik.
I sensed it, but I couldn't change it. It is an integral part of my consciousness.
I resisted its temptations because I wanted to save Amenoma Yuya. But I do not know whether you yourself have any intention of trying to fight it. I feel a great sense of regret for you. Since you embarked on a journey bound for a destination you were destined never to reach. The moment you embarked on this journey, you lost the only person who could have ever unleashed your true potential. And yet there was no way for you to turn your back on his ambition. You have known this for a long time. It is the true source of your despair.
He gave me everything. My life, my form, my consciousness, and purpose. How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him, "Do not worry. From here on, I shall forge your legacy." How could I go back on my word?
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled. I have nothing further to say.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to cause further harm. A Let's give him some time to reflect on things.
Mikir.
When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight.
Bisa ngeliat.
His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow. That was the
Kelihatan
bladesmith,
berarti.
wasn't it?
Indeed. While in exile in Snezhnaya, the bladesmith eventually learned the truth behind everything that had happened. The Ishin art had been dealt a devastating blow by the desertion of its best smiths. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but to atone for his actions. He felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His sole wish was to one day return his single, proudest creation back to the land of his birth. So he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma, no matter how long or how hard the
Ambisius
journey.
berarti.
But he never wished to rival the gods. All he wanted to show was that they once shone brilliantly as blade and smith. That they were still worthy of being...
So that's the true story.
How sad.
After that, the blacksmith's intentions were worked by the Tatarigami, slowly turning his proud creation into the cursed blade of today.
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power is what sent the blade down its ill-fated path. This blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because it lost its original master. No one was there to correct its errors when it was losing its way.
Shame it's too late now.
Yes, it is too late. Time would not wait or stop because of his determination. While the world moved on, his ambition remained stubbornly stuck at that fleeting moment at the dawn of his journey. He seems to have calmed down, though. Let's go and check in.
Sian pedangnya. Yep. Mana udah sadar.
When I look back at the past, I can remember the day of my forging like it was just yesterday. I once told him that I would pay any price to fulfill his wishes. Such was the debt I owed to him for giving me the gift of consciousness. But darkness and slaughter numb the mind. Not only did I fail to fulfill his ambition...
You are finally seeing reality.
Since we agreed to the terms of the bet, I will honor, but I still cannot bring myself to forsake his ambition. So, may I ask you...
Hey! Now you're adding yours into the mix too?
It has to be done in this order. At least hear what I have to say. And if you don't agree, my physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should still be of some value to you.
His attitude hurt. What do you think, Kazuha?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. When I was first forged, my maker was already terminally ill. Alas, after that, he never rose, nor have I ever had the chance to prove myself. My fights were devoid of any noble meaning. They were merely the next step in my never-ending journey. You are a fine warrior. I would like to request your hand in battle and
Oh? And who would be the...
I will release Ame no Mayuya and restore his consciousness. Perhaps you must have plenty of reasons to both hate me and...
Understood. Then let's start by waking him up and seeing if he has this.
Hentian pedang untuk bertarung.
I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed true to your agreement by releasing me, he must still have some remaining semblance of honor. If a duel can help to set this state of affairs in order, I do not wish to be a mere victim in this story.
There's no need to worry. We'll vouch for your innocence to the Tenryu.
Thanks for your help. Who knows how this would have ended without your
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. In any case, for a final duel, I think we should aim for a greater...
Oh, belum selesai ternyata. Ayo udah. Dual blade. Leave domain. Gini kali ya, kayak gini kali ya. Yang nyebabin exploration. Masih 63 pak, kencang juga. Nantilah, kapan. Okay, Blade.
This reminds Paimon a bit of the Crux Clash. Yep, we still can't let our guard down. Even now, Paimon has a sneaking suspicion that Blade hasn't told us everything. Still, even if he's way past the point of redemption, it's hard not to feel a teensy bit sorry for him. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. Successor of Ishin art.
Anjay.
Kaidahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art.
Asik.
Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
Honored to cross blade. Yuk. Jus. Hop. Lah, gitu doang skillnya. Jus. Oke. Ishin art. Ya. Get, gak kena. Dia ngedrop jago. Dah. Gitu aja.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, in your hands it seems he's regained a glimmer of brilliance. His sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains.
You also fought well. I'm sure he relished the experience. There are a few things that I shall leave him to tell you himself.
I must apologize to you for all that...
You need not seek my forgiveness. Nor do I have the right to forgive you on your victim's behalf. It is too late for...
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgressions as mine alone, and not let them stain the legacy. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy successor in Kaidehara Kazuha. I beseech you, please.
Yes, I too trust Mr. Kaedehara to do the right...
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. He would like... Maybe we can go back there together.
What does he want to go there for?
I'm not sure.
Dibenerin kali. Tobat pakai pedangnya. Salah.
Make my escape.
Mana sih? sini kan. Cus. Yat. Cus.
Oh, it's Yuya!
I am sorry to have troubled you. It's all thanks to them that I was able to return safely.
A prized Ishin blade, turned weapon that controls the human mind. Considering their forging philosophy, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. But I have some good news as well. Ryuji from the Bonton Sango Detective Agency.
Really?
Yes, badly wounded. And now that Yuya is back, it seems like the final ending to this story.
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the blade whispering?
Yes. He said he wants to take control of me.
What? No way!
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. And he assures me that he won't use my body for... I have decided... Thank you. I will Okay. I am
I'm
ready.
ready.
Let us be...
Ngomong apa tuh pedang?
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness.
Diapain dihancurin?
You're right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come.
Mantap.
Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin.
Kagotsurube.
This name is now yours.
Asik.
Keep.
The real.
Rest in peace.
The real Ishin sword. Now you have the real Ishin sword. From.
So, that's why he said it had to be done in that order. His consciousness will disappear forever after fulfilling the bladesmith's wish.
Kagotsurube Ishin.
Kagotsurube.
It was
Ishin.
the first time I ever heard his name. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own actions, and thus chose to bury this name deep within his heart. Only in the final moments, before his consciousness
Seems like he really, really wanted...
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should.
Oh, Kazuha?
Kazuha?
I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. We need to tell him about the findings of our investigation. And it's also time to give him a response to the offer he made me.
Oke. Cerita tentang pedang.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation indeed.
Treacherous
I'm most fortunate that no lives
investigation.
were lost. The Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse. The investigation into Amano Yuya should conclude soon. I do not believe he will be charged.
Wow, you sure kept your...
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please, take a look at...
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin.
Kagotsurube
A weapon
Ishin.
crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more. The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya.
You misunderstand. That was most certainly not...
I am aware, but I still desire to continue
Asik.
walking my own...
Very
Tolak
well.
berarti.
I can understand. Then let's pretend this offer was never raised.
Ya
However,
gitu.
if you should ever change your
Malu lu.
mind or find yourself in need of the shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you.
Where will you travel to now?
I'll probably take to the seas with Captain Beto again for now. As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
Ya, gitu. Let's see where the wind. Oke, selesai. Artinya kita bisa baru kebuka. Dih,
These descenders. So,
gue dapet pedang.
does that just mean people like you? And as for your brother... Surely I should be due a growth spurt by now. I should have just stayed in bed today. Surely I should be due a growth spurt by now.
Weng. Berisik batinnya. Berisik sekali. The Night Sanctuary Sumeru. Archon. Kayaknya nggak ada salahnya kita pergi main-main sebentar ngabisin mana atau apa sih namanya ini. Resin. Kemana? Resin. Kuat nggak? Dia apaan sih? Lupa gue. Ini ada nggak? Wah, ada ternyata. Betulan sekali.
Mission accomplished.
Kebetulan ini pasti itu kan. Gue butuh ini nih 4 kalau nggak salah. Dia pasti listrik berarti air. Enggak win dong. Kita pakai Barbara. Darahnya dipis lagi. Halo, bus. Ini kayak pertama kali kan gue lawan dia. Susah kali. Ngapain tuh? Santai dong. Main air. Serem banget loh. Serem banget. Biasa dong. Serem. Nggak ngerti kata bercanda dia mah. Dus, kami satu ayah kau. Wait. Kami satu. Ngapain? Ngapain? Alot ya, ternyata. Susah juga deh. Lawan. Ini ngapain dia? Sakit tuh. Wih. Bahaya, Rek. Kelar lah, kelar. Api berarti harusnya. Awas. api berarti. Aduh, mate. Api harusnya. Bentar. Sabar, tong. Ya, kelar. Ini juga. Masa es kena es? Aneh. Ih, serem. Tadi bisa. Kenapa sekarang enggak? Api harusnya. Salah. Ini sakit banget. Malah disamperin. Nggak kena. Sian. Awas. Cus. Nggak kena. Kasian nih. Gitu. Awas dong. Nggak asik tuh. Kan bener. Nggak asik. Sus. Nggak asik lagi. Bahaya banget ya. Sahabatan yang Rick. Awas. Udah dibilangin awas. Awas. Kasih aja kena udah dibilangin awas. Awas. Lah, nggak kena. Malu. Awas. Esnya nyebelin. Jualan es kok di sini. Awas dong. Awas. Sri. Nggak kena ternyata. Ini nyebelin deh nih. Stamina habis. Ayo mau kemana? Ayo, awas. Serem. Yes, awas dorong. I knew it. Awas dorong. Dus. Ya, udah gitu dong. Ya. Semudah itu. Enggak sih. Lumayan sulit sebenarnya. Lumayan sulit artefak. Jadi kata si Lucifer, dia harusnya pakai freeze. Jangan pakai attack. Freeze itu apa ya? Keren juga nih pyro. HP. Max tanggung. Belum 20. Maxnya 20 dia. Want to go somewhere?